So good evening, everyone, and welcome to those in the gallery and on live stream, and good evening, Council and Administration. I will call the February 13th, 2024 regular Council meeting to order at 6 o'clock. And I will have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. And I will give the amendments. I'm going to add intergovernmental relations to close, RCMP Staff Sergeant update, and that'll be 13.5, and then 13.6 will be confidential evaluations, and 13.7 will then be the organizational update follow-up, just because it'll some staff leave for at the end of the night. Yeah, I just told you. I did. 13.5 RCMP, 13.6 confidential evaluations, and 13.7 will be the organizational update, so it just gets bumped to the bottom. The what? No, I'm adding closed meeting items. Yeah, everything's the same except that, 2 items. And a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Mayor Hunter, I'll move that we accept the agenda for the February 13, 2024 meeting as amended.
Any other comments or questions? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And now we have some very special guests in our room that keep our community beautiful and spend a lot of time dedicated to the beauty and health and well-being of our community and our vegetation, our vegetation. I don't know what else to call it. And well, that's part of flowers too. But and Nicole's here, and I see Kathleen Windsor's here, but I'll let you introduce everybody that's with Communities in Bloom here as well, because we want to thank them as well. But we're looking forward to this presentation. We've asked for it quite a while ago, and timing just brought it here tonight, which is our good luck. So go ahead, Nicole.
Yep, thank you, Council. So this evening, Kathleen Windsor is going to be representing the Communities in Bloom Committee for Disbury. As well, we have Joanne Keys is in the gallery, and she brought her daughter along because she told her how much fun council meetings were, so we're happy to welcome them. We did have regrets from a couple of our other members that just couldn't attend this evening. So I'd like to let Kathleen start with the presentation, and I will jump in a little bit later.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to address Town Council. And you can flip a page. If you can flip it. There we go. It's a bigger font for me, you see. So anyways, the Disbury Communities in Bloom Committee started up early in 2022. I personally didn't join until 2023. But it is a way to engage residents with a passion for horticulture, for gardening, for forestry, environmental stewardship, and of course, our community. Right now, our membership includes 6 very active residents who do have a passion for getting our hands dirty and accomplishing some small improvement projects around town, projects that help to beautify the community for our residents and the visitors who come to town as well. And we meet monthly between the spring and the fall each year to plan projects, to learn about other community programs and initiatives, and to discuss our annual Communities in Bloom evaluation that happens every year as well. And so we did quite a few things, considering there's a limited amount of time between spring and fall. But we managed to get a lot of things done. And I do want to acknowledge the smoking hot deal that we got from Disbury Home Hardware on some planters. They gave us a great deal, and they're beautiful. We were able to put flowers in during springtime, and then when they died off in fall, we were able to bring fall foliage, dried stuff, and filled the planters downtown, and they just looked fantastic, and at the complex. The skate park planting that you see, the top picture, well, both pictures, was kind of a really fun couple of evenings, partly because one of our committee members brought their 2 strapping young boys. And so those of us who are suffering from back issues were thrilled to have these 2 boys. But it was more than getting great labor. It was an opportunity for those of us who love gardening to be able to teach the kids things like about landscape fabric, about shrubs, about mulch, and they learned how to dig a hole properly. Just really a fun time, and I really wouldn't mind if we could bring more young people into it in 2024, because it's an opportunity for teaching a lifelong hobby. Some of our members also were able to go down to Carstairs, where we toured the community garden down there and came out with a whole pile of wonderful ideas. And so that's that. And then, of course, the evaluation. And one thing that is near to me is the Disbury Museum. And we did put in some special sheep wool stuff. Okay, that's the technical term.
Please.
Thank you, fleece. We did fleece. And the judges were quite enamored with the possibility of what that does as far as being an environmentally sound mulch. So then we went into the evaluation, and because Nicole, I stayed at the museum, Nicole went around, and so she gets the mic.
Thanks, Kathleen. So for 2022 and 2023, Disbury has competed on the provincial level in the Communities in Bloom program through the Friends Evaluated category. It's a really great category to kind of start off your Communities in Bloom journey, because you're not necessarily competing against any other municipalities across Alberta, but you still get the evaluation tool and you get the judge's visit, which really you'll see through the rest of this presentation offers a lot of opportunities for expansion of the program within your municipality, some great ideas not only for the committee members, for the community, but also for the municipality. The communities are evaluated on a 5-point Bloom rating scale. That is determined over 6 different categories: community appearance, environmental action, heritage conservation, tree management, landscape, and plant and floral displays. And on our evaluation day, we get always 2 judges who are coming from other communities in Alberta. They often are leaders within their own Communities in Bloom programs within their municipalities, and they have a lot of knowledge and a lot of great expertise that they're happy to share throughout the day. So not only is the feedback that we receive after evaluation valuable, the feedback we receive on the day of evaluation is really special as well. So in 2022, which was our inaugural year for returning to the Communities in Bloom program, so we had previously participated back in 2017. That was ahead of Parks moving into the Community Services Department, so I didn't really have any experience with it previous. So 22 was the first year that we stepped back into the program, and that year we received a 4 Bloom rating and a percentage score of 80.05%. So you'll see as I go through each of the categories that they offer you a percentage rating, and that's kind of how their CIB math works at the end, which ends up with your Bloom rating. So in 23, we also received a 4 Bloom rating with a little bit of an increased percentage score of 80.1%. And you'll see a picture there. That was our 23 evaluation day that we had judges Bob and Sharon, who joined us from Bruderheim as well as from Red Deer. Councillor Williams joined us in the morning. Didsby, he made an appearance, and 2 of our members, Bev Stemp as well as Wayne Green, were part of the tour that day. So our first category is community appearance, and our 2023 score was 81.6%. And this really is about kind of the first impression that a community gives when the judges are having a look. They're looking for things like, do our residents care about the community? Are they keeping up their properties? Are we taking care of litter? Are we, making sure that it's welcoming for visitors and for our residents alike? So some of the keynotes that we received in our 23 evaluation, the judges were very impressed with the annual cleanup that the town of Didsbury puts on each year. They really loved being able to tour 2 different residential properties. We toured Bev's as well as Wayne Green's, and the yards were beautiful and magical, I think, would be a good way to describe it. Really pretty amazing little gems in Didsbury. They really liked the entrance to Didsbury and our Welcome to Didsbury sign. Some recommendations through this category for not only us to consider, but the community as a whole is that recycling container installations throughout the community for cans and bottles would be a great environmental action that we could take, but also divert from the landfill things that could be recycled. To consider a Yard Angels program that could assist with unsightly properties within the community, and the installation of interpretive signage and or storyboards at key locations to just talk about their history and their purpose. And one of the areas that they suggested was Memorial Park. The next category is environmental action. We received 77% on this category, and this really talks about environmental stewardship, the policies, bylaws, programs that we have that are really trying to focus on waste reduction, water conservation, energy conservation, and those types of kind of green categories or green ideas within the community. They really liked our streetlight program as well as the use of LED lighting within Didsbury. They love the heritage lights downtown. They just thought that they really matched with the aesthetic of our downtown core, and they really applauded local residents for the assistance that was offered during the Canada Day tornado cleanup efforts to make sure that a lot of those messes were cleaned up in a way that was good for the environment. Some recommendations that came through this category included potentially considering a rebate program for water conservation through either toilets or shower heads with low flush, low flow alternative options. A rain barrel rebate program to encourage rainwater capture, which would reduce the use of our municipal water, as well as to explore creative ideas for brownfield use. I did talk to them about the Suncor brownfield and how that it is something that council is already considering, and they were really happy to hear that we're looking at repurposing that land in a creative way sometime in the future. Heritage conservation, we scored 81%. The judges really love downtown and all of our historical buildings and historic homes throughout the community. So they really are looking at the preservation of both natural as well as cultural heritage within a community. Some key notes, they describe our wetlands as a treasure in Didsbury and a beautiful example of a natural heritage asset. Both years that we've been judged, the wetlands have just been one of the highlights of the tour. They talked about our heritage homes and their beauty, and they're very interested in the home's history. And I know that there used to previously be a walking tour that was offered for some of those heritage homes, and they suggested that we might want to consider revitalizing that at some point. The museum was one of their favorite spots on the tour as well, and they were really impressed with the number of volunteers that the museum has, how active they are, and how many of them showed up that day for the evaluation, both years actually, so they were really pleased with that. One of the recommendations through this category was to reinstate a cemetery society that could assist with some of our cemetery maintenance and improvements. So they are aware that we used to have an active cemetery committee and suggested that might be something to look for again in the future. Tree management received 77.7%. And this really talks about not only the municipality, but the businesses, institutions, and the residents, and how are we taking care of the trees within our community, and making sure that they're maintained, that we're selecting trees properly for the environment that we live in, and taking good care of them. They are really impressed with the municipal tree inventory database that we had created through the Open Spaces Plan a couple of years ago, and that they say that our tree canopy is very extensive and very welcoming. Some recommendations that they had was to provide pruning and maintenance learning opportunities for staff members, so that we can bring some of those tasks in-house rather than always having to have it contracted out. They do recommend eliminating the use of landscape fabric within municipal plantings. The judges were really well versed in that. We think, we us regular folk think that it's a good thing for weed management, but actually there are better options that are much better for the ground in the long term, but also for the plants themselves. And they also suggested that we could consider offering a tree maintenance for beginners course for our residents to help them be able to take care of the trees that are on their properties or businesses. And the landscape category received 80%, and this really talks about our parks and our green spaces, boulevards, and our cemetery. Some keynotes that we received was that our municipal parks and turf are very well kept, and that the community banner program is fabulous. They love the grad banners and the veteran banners. We were able to show pictures. They obviously were not up at the time of our judging, but it just never lined up perfectly that they attend. When the grad banners are up, they are often coming a little bit later in the summer, but they really love that we have that program in Didsbury. Some recommendations through this category was to engage local businesses in a beautification program. We could offer a judging contest or a beautification for a donation program that possibly the CIB committee could consider, where the team members on the committee could go and assist a business in some work on their property and maybe give a donation to the committee. And also to provide weed education to residents through a Weed of the Week program. There's a lot of noxious weeds that we're finding that are becoming a bit more prevalent within the community, and residents maybe just don't know that. Some of them look pretty, but they're not. They're not good for the environment. So some easy wins here in terms of just some communication efforts to the residents to be able to help kind of mitigate some of those issues. So our final category was plant and floral displays, and we received almost 83% in this category. This really does look at the beauty of our plants and floral displays around town. Some keynotes here were our hanging baskets. They were delighted to see them. They always look so nice downtown in our heritage core. And that we are, through our Parks Department, practicing edible landscaping in certain areas. So out front here at the town office, we had some cucamelons growing last year, and the previous year, I think it was cantaloupes. And the campground also is practicing a lot of edible gardening, and they were part of our tour as well. So things like that they really do encourage. And some recommendations on this was to work towards more perennial displays to encourage long-term growth, as well as reduce budget costs in terms of annual plants. Consider a garden tour of key residential properties like the ones that we were able to visit that day, and consider a yard contest as part of our annual Communities in Bloom Evaluation Day. So all really great feedback from the judges. Overall, they said that we are a very inviting community to attend. And our special mention was our Didsby's honey. They were able to each get a jar of the honey that was produced by the 2 hives that are operated by the town of Didsbury. They think it's a terrific community symbol. It goes hand in hand with Didsby, our town mascot. And they were honored to receive a jar. And so some overall recommendations was for us to continue to build our Communities in Bloom membership, and the small projects like the committee has participated in the past are a really great way to give people a short-term way to get involved in the community that will offer a lot of impact. And then to develop a community profile, which is something we have to submit each year as part of our evaluation, that is really specific to Communities in Bloom, and that is on our list to be able to have for our 2024 judging. So some next steps for the committee is we're looking forward to hopefully accomplishing a number of projects in 2024. We've really been working to try and bring community gardens within the town of Didsbury limits, and to the committee would, kind of develop the program as well as oversee installation of the gardens themselves. We, within the Community Services Department, have currently 2 grant applications out right now, waiting to hear back, and a 3rd that's going to be going in the next few weeks. So we're hoping to see some success in that in 2024, because I know that it really is at the top of the list for the Communities in Bloom committee as far as how they would like to invest within our community in a way that would have a lot of impact. They would like to continue their downtown planter decorating in each season, and then other smaller projects that can be offered throughout the community, kind of as a little something that needs to be done, and they're willing to help out. And then of course to continue to grow their membership going forward. So thank you, Council, for allowing us to give a presentation tonight. Did you have any questions?
Questions, Councilor Windsor? Depends if you look right or left first. Deputy Mayor Hinkle, I'll look up next.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Nicole, under the area of the tree management, you indicated that they had suggested that landscape fabric wasn't the best way to go and that they had some alternatives. Can you tell us what those alternatives were?
Sure, nothing is an alternative, but it does require more weeding. But even natural fiber like cardboard is a really good suggestion, because over time it will deteriorate within the ground, but it does really reduce the amount of weeds that, it doesn't come through the cardboard. And we actually in Parks tested it last season in an area that we were replanting, and it worked wonderfully.
That actually was my question.
Thank you.
I wanted to know about the fabric.
Any other questions?
That was mine too.
Okay. I had one, and I'm at that age now that if I don't write it down right away, I'll say it right away. But I know how much we certainly appreciate this committee and the work you all do for our community. This is a call out for anybody watching the live stream and anybody in the gallery to join committees or have a chat with Communities in Bloom about volunteering with them. It is for your community, and I know the planters look great at Christmas, and the work you do, in the fall, I know I've seen them in the fall too, with the fall foliage in them. That's just spiffing up the town, and it grows every year, I'm sure it will, and that really comes down to how much council does allocate, and I know this year it's on the list for a bump. So I think we're all pretty excited about that, to see what can happen with the community and the extra funding and the extra volunteers you're going to get because of this presentation. But it's wonderful to have volunteers that care about the appearance and presentation of the community. So thank you all, and thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So I thank the Communities in Bloom delegation for the presentation and for the work that they do, and accept the presentation as information. You want to do that? I'm just wording it for you. So I amended it. I amended
Sound like
it.
you're making the motion, I'll make it.
I amended it a little bit.
I move to thank the Communities in Bloom delegation and accept the presentation as information.
I was going to thank them for their work too. But Luana will capture that. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have item 4.1, adoption of the minutes. Deputy Mayor?
I move the council adopt the January 23rd, 2024 regular council meeting minutes, which include the reconvening of the meeting on January 30th, 2024 as presented.
Any questions or comments, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. On Resolution 043-24, a motion I made about the financing of the East Reservoir. The motion was for the construction of the East Reservoir, and at a subsequent meeting, it came to light that it could have been that was for the $5,683,054 was actually for the entire project, including the design. And so I'd like some clarification on whether or not that number actually includes the design, which is already in our capital budget, or not, or how, maybe this isn't the time to be asking this question, I'm not sure. Yeah, because the motion was for the construction of the East Reservoir, not for the entire project, which includes the design. And I heard later that it actually included the design, so just clarification,
Okay.
get clarification.
Okay, Ethan?
Yeah, we'll be, in the coming days, we'll be bringing more information to clarify on that. I mean, the point of this motion was to get the ball rolling, to move it forward. As that ball keeps rolling, we'll bring further information and updates. We do plan in the near future to bring some clarifying information about that, but that's sufficient for what we needed at the time to be able to move forward. So.
Just to add to what Ethan was saying, I think your main question is, would that cover the water line project as well?
That was a separate motion.
Right. Oh, I thought that was your question, sorry. I was gonna say, no, it doesn't include that.
Okay. Well, I think there was a question emailed and there was going to be information coming back. So it's still coming back, is what you're saying. And okay. Is there anything else about the minutes? Okay, so we have a motion to accept as presented. I'll call the vote. All in favor? It's carried. We have council reports. Councilor Williams, I might have started with you last, no, you weren't here last meeting, so I couldn't have, so you can start tonight if you like.
Okay, so, work my way back here. On February 9th, I had a Alberta Municipalities Municipal Governments Committee meeting. I'm going to do a write-up about that and send it to external reports. Just didn't have time to send it in for this meeting since it just happened on Friday. Other than that, I also had a Service Level Committee meeting, which was a couple weeks ago. And then tomorrow I have another Service Level Committee, a MPC, and Policy Governance tomorrow. And that's all I have to report at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I guess I'll start with RDR Mug. RDR Mug has recently received the draft copy of the South Saskatchewan River Operating Model. It should be released within the next couple of weeks. The draft has been sent out to those participants to make sure that it actually reflects what the discussions were at the workshops with regard to the South Saskatchewan River operating model. The other thing that is important at this point is that RDR MUG has representation at the cooperative agreement workshops with the EPA ministry in working towards preparing for the drought and working on collective agreements for licensing and water diversion off the Red Deer River. All rivers in the South Saskatchewan drainage, but specifically for our interest, the Red Deer River. In terms of the Water Commission, we had a drought committee meeting which was designed to try to set in place the plans for how the commission is going to work towards preparing for the drought and prioritizing what services will be given priority, which services won't be given priority, and where restrictions might apply in the future as they come forward. It's just the preliminary setting up the groundwork and the framework for doing that, and we have another meeting coming up here in another month, 3 weeks now, to step into the next side of that. Subsequent to that meeting, the CAO of the commission and I had a meeting with the EPA, with 2 members of EPA. The Deputy Minister, Stacey Smythe, was one of them, was the primary one actually. And with the discussion there was to ask the EPA, in preparing for the drought, if they had a plan in place that would be universal across all municipalities in the province. And we, as a commission, had been and are looking at it, although we may change our direction, have been looking at it from the bottom up as to what is least important and could be restricted, and then working our way up the ladder. The APA is looking at it from the other side. They're looking at the top down, what is most critical that has to retain water supply and what doesn't. And that's the driving force that they're using behind the collective agreements that they're trying to put together with massive water users. The one message that I would say that Stacey took, that she was going to pass on to the minister, was that we need some help in informing people and getting people to understand that we're in this all together, and that just because you turn on your tap doesn't necessarily mean that we're not in a drought. And so that message, I hope, is going to go through to the minister. Well, I'm confident we'll go through to the minister, and actually there's been a press release about it day before yesterday. Last but not least is Parkland Regional Library, and as Council knows, that we have been working on an amendment to the membership agreement. That amendment is now sent into Parkland to be included in the next agenda. It will be presented to the board of the Parkland on the 22nd of February. I didn't include it in our external package this time because it needs to go to Parkland first, but it will be in our next external package for everybody to see what we presented and what our arguments were. Indications speaking to neighboring communities would suggest that this may have some leverage now. And that's my external reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
I won't report on what happened at my meetings, but I'll just list them off. January 25th, ICC, and for those that don't know what that is, it's Intermunicipal Cooperation Committee, PrEP, and then we had Financial Planning Committee, January 26th, ICC on January 29th, Service Level Committee, January 30th, then a budget meeting on January 30th, reconvened a regular council meeting and another meeting. Then February 5th, I had a Mountain View Seniors Housing Asset Transfer Committee. And maybe I will say that the province has come back with another offer. They are trying to offload their affordable housing to us. And we said no before, so they have sweetened the pot. And so we're going back and forth on that. And it does look like, because they have included a more attractive property, that there might be some appetite for this. Anyway, we're still working on it and we're not there yet. And so that is something that is out there, that they're doing that with many municipalities. But I won't report on that except in closed other than that. Financial Planning Committee on the February 7th, and then we had a special board meeting of Mountain View Seniors Housing on February 7th. And that's it, up until now.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Busy couple of weeks since the 23rd. 24th, we had the PGC meeting. I don't think we're bringing any recommendations tonight. 25th was an ICC pre-meeting. Also on the 25th was an ICC meeting. And you'll be getting an update on that later. The 25th also was an interface with mayor. January 30th, reconvening of council meeting. The 29th was a ICC planning meeting, and the 30th was a council planning meeting. So not a whole lot to report on those. That was all our internal stuff. So.
Thank you. Councillor Basil, would you like to offer up anything? I hate to miss the chance.
Being not involved in committees or boards at this time, the only thing I can report on was the continuance of the council meeting on the end of January.
Thank you. And I will decided I'm going to do my reports at the end of every month because, yes? Oh, she is. I apologize. I meant to announce or mention that at the beginning of the meeting that Councillor McCoy is on the phone listening to the meeting. Is gonna. You have the phone though. Okay. So Councillor McCoy would like to do her update, and I apologize for that, not seeing her in the phone.
All right, you're up.
Since the last meeting, we've had a financial planning committee meeting, and I believe that's all I've had. So that's my report.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you. And I will report at the end of the month, but I do want to say that the Calgary Herald ran an article on Winona Earp returning, and that are going to be in, they have been in Disbury and they will be, and I'll look forward to an update during the CAO report about what's going on in town with Winona Earp, whoever knows what that is. So thanks to the Herald, Disbury is mentioned in here as we should be. We should have been first, and it should have said Winona Earp rides again as Disbury shot call. But anyway, we'll talk to Calgary as time goes on. And with that, any questions or comments on anybody's reports? Thanks everybody for those, and I'll have a motion to accept council reports as presented. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that council accept the council reports for February 13, 2024 as information.
Great, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Now I'm sure the CO report will have a verbal update on Winona Earp. Right? I mean, there's a report here too, but just somebody knows something over there. I know they do. Those two. Or maybe Nicole knows something. Maybe Ethan knows something.
I know Alexa knows something. but she's not here, so you want to yeah.
Jocelyn and I today met with the crew. They're going to be in town filming on March 12th in various locations around town, in front of the cemetery, near the tracks on 19th Ave and Arena, and at the train station between 19th Ave and 18th Ave. And so they'll be here pretty much all day. And that's it, that's the last of the shooting for this show, which is Vengeance.
Well, thank you for that.
I mean, just-
So that's the black vans and the white trailers and stuff that are all in town?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Do we anticipate road closures for any of that?
That was my main purpose of the tour.
Mm. And- Great, well, thanks for that. Ethan, do you have anything to add to your report?
No, other than just Craig's
Yeah.
gonna do a brief verbal, but no, nothing to add specifically, other than I'll just add a little verbal update on the MVP. So our planning staff, the consultants had finished the draft of it. They then worked with our planning staff to take into account their input. That's now completed. It's now being reviewed by the departments to gather that input, so it's close to being ready to come and present to council. They are also putting together the housing needs assessment that was done kind of in collaboration with that as well. So both those will be coming shortly.
Shortly is a good word.
Soon.
Looking forward to it. And Craig, you have a verbal update here for us on,
And maybe just before Craig gets started,
Okay.
Amanda just reminded me also, we did just receive word today back from that federal grant we applied for the library project that we were not successful in getting. After months and months of back and forth with them and them following up with us for more information and so we'll the letter just came today, so we'll attach that to the next agenda.
thank you. That's, who do we talk to? Darn it. Well, at least it's an ad, at least they responded, but we'll look forward to that in the package. All right, so Craig, you are up.
Well, good evening. So there's been a lot of talk about droughts and committees and commissions and licensing and all that sort of fun stuff. So I just wanted to touch base with council and give you a quick update, probably to tag along with what Councillor Windsor has already provided.
Craig, do you mind if I just say that I found my sheet, because I didn't memorize it, but Craig's giving a verbal update regarding the Water Commission and the drought committee side that Craig's dealing with, just so we have a title for it. So my apologies for interrupting, but go ahead.
Sure, no worries. Yeah, you bet. It's all about drought this time of day. So the commission has responded basically to the province's call to prepare for what everybody's perceiving to be a drought that's going to be fairly severe. So the province is currently at a stage 4 in their water management strategy for the province, which is one stage away from a province-wide emergency. So what we're being asked to do right now is to check a bunch of agreements, make sure that we know what we're doing, what our municipalities are doing, and that sort of thing. So the commission has responded by setting up 2 committees. One is the technical committee, which is made up of members along the commission of technical staff. So most of the directors are there. There's a couple of other operators and things like that. But we are being asked to meet to discuss a variety of topics, such as the bulk water, the drought committee. We have to talk about them a lot. Water restriction levels and the policies, community impacts, water loss, and lessons learned from his operations perspective. So it's a good forum to have a conversation about operations. And then the second committee, obviously, is the drought committee. And although I wasn't at the inaugural meeting, which I do intend to participate in the next one, there was 2 things that were tabled to the technical committee. One was to review the commission restriction policy and compare it to what we have in place. So I'm guessing with respect to our bylaw. And the second was to survey, to review some survey information and work towards intermunicipality information consistency or something. So, so I don't know, we'll worry about those two things, I'm not too fussed. But, so the committees are kind of at their infancy. I just want to point that out. The roles, responsibilities, and authorities are still trying to be worked out. There's a little bit of nuance there that needs to be corrected, but we'll get there. So at that point, I'm just going to stop and ask if you guys have any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay.
Just a comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to make a distinction for everybody, so you understand the distinction between the two committees. The technical committee essentially is going to be enacting whatever we do or be responsible for acting. At this point, they're responsible for collecting data. And the governance side, the drought committee is trying to set up the framework for how we're going to evaluate where and how restrictions will be put in place depending on levels of severity as indicated from the Environment and Protected Areas Ministry.
The administrative side is where Craig, he'll be on both sides, so he'll be sitting on the drought committee,
Yeah.
commission side and administration side, so thanks for that. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Craig, for that. And I always go and watch the live stream after so I can take notes from the live stream while I listen here. So thanks for the live stream. You're doing such a good job, Lisa. Are there any, Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I realize that sometimes we have items in the CAO report that are timely and aren't necessarily available at the time that the agenda is put together. But for some of the reports, it would be nice to have the written aspect of it for background, not just for ourselves, but for the community as well. So that even if we do have an oral report, it would be nice to sometime along the way get that in writing, get those reports in writing so that we have documentation of what was presented, so that it doesn't have to rely on what's in here, but what we can refer back to in paper, if that's possible.
Did you want to direct that somewhere, or are you just a comment? Or is it a question?
It's a question. I'd like, yeah, can we have that?
Ethan, I'll put it to your table.
Sure, we could look at that. It should be simple enough to, if we do a verbal, to do a bit of a summary, a written summary of what that verbal was the next time. Maybe include that with the CEO report. Yeah, that should be.
Thank you. It was in Craig's notebook, just photocopy that. He didn't even hear me. Oh, there was other notes in there too. I have just, in the CO, what are we calling it? This log, CO log. Resolution index. We used to call it a log, but it's a resolution index. So 461-23, I know we participated in that. The partners submitting the policing grant. And Ethan, do you have any update on where that's at right now, or has it been submitted, the application for the grants with the 5 partners?
Yeah, and Bill's comment, but I'll speak to it now. We were going to bring an update in the next CAO report, but it just, yeah, we did get word that we were successful in that, and we're working now on finalizing the paperwork, and now all the administrations are looking at, okay, how do we move forward on this project? So that's an exciting thing. So
It is, that's great news.
Major funding for our region.
Yeah. And 520-23. This is for, if you don't mind, Ethan, I'll write to Nicole, just, and it's probably just my impatience, and I know it's a PUC, but are we any closer with the art banners right now? I'm just, You know, as much as I love those ones that are up now,
I know.
I'm really looking forward to the art banners.
Oh, thank you for the question. I am excited to report that we have an SLC meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30, where the final draft of the program is going to be presented to committee. And unfortunately, I won't be at your next council meeting, but it will come to the first meeting in March. I have set a timeline within the program that I believe is achievable to see the banners go up following the grad banners coming down. Because we need to put a call out to artists too.
Yes, well, we have one of the people that deal with artists here, so maybe she heard that. Well, there's another one here too. Well, thank you for that update. And yes, I called it the PDC, but it is the SLC, the Service Level Committee now, so it used to be Performance Evaluation. Thanks for that update. Calling all artists to watch for the art banner opportunity to have your art up on banners in our community. Thanks for that. And with that, any other questions or comments? Okay, who'd like to make the motion? You guys are gonna have to arm wrestle for that all the time, right? So everybody's
Mayor Hunter, I'll move that council accept the Chief Administrator Officer report for February 13, 2024 as information.
Okay, any other comments? Not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.1, the Butte standpipe repair. Councillor Moore?
I move that council approve $100,000 for Butte standpipe repairs and to amend the 2024 operating budget to increase water department repairs and maintenance by $100,000 and reduce water department transfer to reserves by $100,000 for net impact of $0.
Comments or questions? You have to put your hand up if you want to talk, so you can't just look at me. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. So historically, we put money into the reserves for the water department to deal with issues in the future. And this is going to reduce the contribution to those reserves this year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Amanda?
Thank you for the question. Essentially, yes, that is what would happen. But I would recommend in 2025 that we make up for that, because at this point we've already set the fees. So unless we can either increase revenue or decrease expenses to make up this 100,000. If we increase revenues, we'd have to do a fee amendment for the year. And this is a way to decrease expenses to fit this in this year's budget. So that is what I've proposed.
And I did go the line by line that we have, and if I could request that maybe something like this item, that we would have that, so we show how those transfers or those changes are made. It would just help me, because I went and, the repairs and maintenance, and then I think it was a great solution to this, and that zero bottom line, I think, was a really great solution. And having it in front of us would have been that information that I can go look for always, but I can look for it quicker in my agenda package. But I did see it made total sense, and thanks for that solution. I think it's a great option. Anything else? Councillor Moore made that motion, so I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And I guess if I could, just one more question I had wrote down, and if I could ask Craig, Ethan, would that work be starting in this, like as soon as the temperatures and the environment allow for that? Or do you have a timeline on it?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so at this point in time with the motion, I can go and sign engineering proposals, which gives me the ability to initiate tender packages and scopes of work and all that sort of fun stuff. And so while we do that, well, since we've become aware that there was something to do, we've been looking and working with industry to come up with ideas. But we'll go out to market and pick a contractor, and yeah, it'll come down to the product that needs to be applied and make sure we don't have to heat and hoard the entire structure. So we'll be waiting until temperatures are above freezing on a regular basis before we kind of proceed. But there's lots going on up there. So
Thanks for that.
you're welcome.
And I know that with our iconic painting up there, I'm sure we'll advise the community often as to all the work that we're being done and how we're going to look after that the best we can. And I'm putting words in your mouth, Craig, but I believe that's what will happen. I have faith. Okay, we have item 7.2, dates for community organization presentations. And go ahead.
I was going to make the motion.
Yep.
I move to set a committee of the whole meeting for Monday, March 4th, 2024 at 5:30 to include community organization presentations and to extend invitations to the Didsbury and District Historical Society, the Didsbury Municipal Library, the Didsbury Lions Club, the Didsbury 5-0 Club, the Didsbury Golf Club, and the Didsbury Curling Club. Oh my goodness, that's a mouthful.
Yes. And there's, in the RFD, it says there's updated survey results that'll be available for the discussion. And we might not need them, but since you said they were going to be here, I'm happy to listen to them.
Sure. We thought we might get more responses. We didn't, so we got kind of half responses, and the fourth was kind of the first of the proposed dates that we had that had all the respondents available on. We also did have some potential alternate dates submitted for Wednesday and Thursday of this week, as well as Thursday of next week or Saturday the 24th. So that's what we received in the survey.
Just say those again, the alternates.
Wednesday, Thursday of this week, Thursday of next week, and then Saturday of next week as well.
All right, other comments, questions? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Personally, I would like to have it on the Saturday, the 24th. I would like to have it as soon as we can, feasibly do it, and invite the groups in. I'd also like to, if possible, have a budget meeting right after, so that we can apply what we're going to do with regard to responding to the group's requests and get our budget set with regard to those. I think that would be pretty prudent to do that.
Comments, questions, others? Councillor Williams?
I would like to stick with March 4th. I think it gives these community organizations a lot of time to prepare. They might have to meet beforehand. They get a nice presentation ready. 11-day turnaround is, I think, quite tight for some, so I think March 4th would be good.
I agree with Councillor Williams, and I'm not a weekend kind of guy. I want to do it during the week. Saturday's out for me. Thank you.
This meeting, there was supposed to be some time after the meeting for council to chat because of it helps the process. It's that step we need towards the next budget presentation, because the intent of this is to decide how much we would like to, what we're going to allocate to these groups. So I wonder if, as well, the meeting, that all the asks come back in the budget just for us to look at. So if the library's looking for 4%, whatever that is, I know it is 4% they're looking for, but I don't know the number offhand, So could that be in there and we see how that impacts just for our conversation after, so it's right there in front of us? And then we can have that discussion after on those budget lines, and that just gets us one step closer to our next budget meeting where everything's gonna come back. So we can make that decision at the meeting on the 4th and then send it forward to the budget meeting. Go ahead.
I understood that we were just having these groups come in and present to us, is my understanding of it, so that it's not an open meeting and we can't have a budget discussion without having an open meeting, so we're really trying to change the whole context of it now. I think this is just, my opinion is that we're going to listen to their presentations, and then at our next budget meeting, we'll deliberate on what would be added or what wouldn't be. Otherwise, we've got to have an open meeting.
I'm just asking though for the numbers to be on the budget, so we know what the ask is, and so it's on the budget. So I guess whatever way, yeah, that wasn't my interpretation, so I guess you're interpreting different than I am, so. Yeah, it was just to see the numbers, and that helps to make, if it's there in front of us and then it goes to the next meeting, then we know all that, the percentages can come back, I guess, is with that. We'd send it right there, is what my point is. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, it doesn't matter if their numbers are there and we see that. I just thought you had gone on to say that we would make that decision. And
Yeah, that's fair, yeah, you're
I
right.
was saying we can't make that decision
No.
because it's not an open, you have to we have to discuss that in a public meeting.
Yes, but I would like to see that,
But the
we know what the
numbers are
we know what
fine.
the asks are when they're coming in, so if that could come back in the budget just for that information in front of us, and then send it on to the next budget meeting. Ethan?
So just so I'm clear, so is the thinking that then that they would be, because we don't know what their asks are at this point, so in their invitation to come then, would it be like that they would be requested that they would submit ahead of time in writing what they're gonna be speaking to that night? I mean, we know a few of them, but we don't know all of them, and then that way, and then just so I understand, and then those asks that they submit in writing, we would put in the draft budget so you can see the impact on the budget. Is that, if I
Yeah,
understand
well,
correctly?
that's what I see is happening. When they're coming, it would be nice to know what they are asking for, and then we're prepared in advance, and it's on the document, and we listen to them, and then it goes to the budget meeting. So I think it's fair for them to know what they're gonna come in and ask for, and there's no surprises. They say 4 and come ask for 10, we're gonna know. So is everybody, would you amend that? Just a friendly amendment that to submit the,
Proposed.
I know we have most of them, but
So should we put a date on when they should
We'll
speak
give that
back
up.
and then?
We'll come
so you
up
want 2
with-
motions for that then, the meeting, and then what we'd
Sure.
like for that. So we'll deal with the motion first for March 4th, and then we'll go to the next motion to what we would like to have for the meeting to be prepared. So we have a motion from Councillor Williams for March 4th, at what time? Sorry, 5:30. And do we know how much time we're gonna allocate to each group? There's 5 groups? Yes. Six. Councillor Moore?
Because we have, I believe, in our policies that delegations are 15 minutes, wouldn't it, I would think 15 minutes is enough to be able to present. That gives us an hour and a half.
It should be a 2-hour meeting, I think, is what I would anticipate.
There will be time in between, it'll probably be 2 hours anyway, and we'll probably ask questions. So,
Well, we can ask for a 15-minute presentation, and
Yes.
then we can, because questions will be on top of
should
that.
have some kind of idea of how long.
A 2-hour meeting with 15-minute, just for that doesn't have to be part of the motion, but I think that should be part of what is sent to the groups. Deputy Mayor?
I would just suggest maybe you book 2.5 hours, because if we finish early, we just
Yeah, that's fine.
finish early, so we can't stay after. Just make it longer, and if we can finish early, that's a bonus.
We can just say we're starting at 5:30 with no end time. So, how's that?
Yeah.
Let's say we're starting at 5:30, 15-minute presentations, and the next, so we'll, just the motion for March 5th, 4th right now, and I think the administration will look after the rest.
Yeah, we'll come up with when we need that info by to be able to do what we need to do. And the other thing we just want to make sure is that everyone's comfortable with that list of 6 invitees.
Yeah. Yes?
Is there anybody else that we should be putting that list?
No, I think we did go through that pretty extensively.
Sorry, I'm just getting,
No, we haven't.
sorry, this might help. Yeah, I think it's,
Sorry. Just thinking about the groups that have kind of presented with some asks. The curling club and the golf club have not at this point in time. And I know that when we were at the midterm retreat, we were talking about this item. And my understanding is that those would come at a different time to have a chat with council. I know that the curling club has already been sent off to the SLC committee for discussion there. So I'm just wondering, my understanding is that it was the museum, the library, the 5-0 Club, and the Lions Club that were going to be making these because there was some budgetary requests. But the other 2, one's already gone to a committee. So that's just my remembrance of it all.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that I believe that, yes, because, so 5:30 start, their ask comes in, and the rest will be in another motion for the budget.
So do we need to amend the motion and exclude those 2?
Yes. So friendly amendment to exclude those 2? Okay. Call the vote for March 4th at 5:30. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then Councillor Williams on the budget items, lines.
So then, how should I word this motion?
Just, they present their asks in advance, and that those asks are added to the operating budget to have in front of us to reference. Council Deputy Mayor?
Do you want their timeline in there as well? That they are given their, like a 15-minute?
I think the administration was going to look after that.
Okay. I didn't know if we needed it in the...
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a simple motion that their requests are submitted in writing ahead of time, and that those numbers be incorporated into the draft version of the budget.
For a reference at the meeting.
For reference of impact.
Question, when could some of these organizations expect an invite? This week, probably?
Tomorrow.
Through the chair, tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll get that out.
Yeah, the sooner the better. You're right, timeliness is good. Councillor Moore?
Am I to understand that this is going to be another iteration of our draft budget? And just wondering how many of those there would be before we have our budget meeting? Like, is administration going to be doing amendments to it with everything that we bring here? Or is this going to be the last one before we go to our operating budget meeting?
Yes. It has to be.
Well,
Because-
I was just hoping it would.
Because these, well, it's 4 lines. I don't think it's really that hard. But,
I've got a lot of paper in the budgets already, so I don't want there to be like
So
12
these are
different
for-
iterations.
anyway,
You,
so there'll
you
be-
get paper, so do I.
there'll be 4 in this one, and then the next, and we'll set a budget meeting.
Maybe in the next council meeting.
But why can't we set a budget meeting right now? Ethan, you guys aren't listening. Because we were just saying we could set a budget meeting tonight as well, subsequent to that March 4th meeting, and have it. I think that would be, I'd certainly like to see, because we're really that close after these external groups, and I really don't want to set it on February 27th. It'd be nice to know. I think it'd be great to know tonight that we set that budget meeting and have some sort of end in sight. Yeah. Yes, we should, but you got to get that in before we. So we have a motion to bring that information back. Oh, but they're not. Can we make this motion? And then we'll talk about that. So the motion is to bring back the asks in the budget with all relative. Yeah. You already said it. Read it back to us, Luana. You already got it
I
down.
hope I got this. Moved by Councillor Williams that the community organization presentations be submitted in writing ahead of time and the request be added to the 2024 draft operating budget
For reference of impact.
for reference.
Yeah. Okay. Well stated, Councillor Williams. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And then we have budget meeting dates, and that's March 4th. Well, we could set a budget meeting date on February 27th if those groups are March 4th.
Yeah.
We can, so can we do that same, make a motion then to send out surveys for dates for, and I really would like to include Saturdays. I know I don't like Mondays either, but I have to do things sometimes I don't like, so I think it's important that there's a fair balance of dates and times presented, and that majority wins or takes that and moves it forward. So a motion to bring back budget dates at the February 27th meeting. Right? Are you making that again? Just on a roll, Councillor Williams. So do the survey in advance with a variety of options and bring back to the February 27th regular council meeting. And then we'll know where we're at March 4th too, where we're heading. Any other questions, or you want to read that back, Helena?
Moved by Councillor Williams that administration set out a survey to council for setting budget meeting dates for the February 27, 2024 regular council meeting.
Okay. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. All right. What starts as one motion sure gets pretty thorough, hey? We are thorough. Business, RCMP reserve transfer, outstanding resolution. Councillor Moore, couldn't wait for that one.
No, because I'm excited that we were able to take some money out of there and put it in the East Redford. So this is just sort of a cleanup of that. This was a motion that wanted to continue to put $266,000 into reserves every year for our CMP. And of course, at this point, we don't need to do that anymore because we pay each year. And it varies a little bit by whatever new agreements they've got, but we don't need to keep piling it into there. We do keep, I believe it is $50,000 in there just for adjustments for whatever happens during the year or with the new agreements. So I move that council approve that the RCMP reserves no longer receive a top-up amount as part of the annual budgeting process.
Comments or questions? No? All right, call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. East Reservoir Architectural Direction, 9.2. Councillor Moore?
To move right along. I move that council approve the mural concept in principle with the detailed design drawings of the facility to be presented to council when available. What a great solution to be able to update it as we go.
Yeah. That's gonna be great. I think it's a good idea. Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I believe that administration contacted the Historical Society to ask if there was any historical significance there in that area, or if they had a historical design that they might be able to provide with administration for consideration. I'm wondering if the Historical Society ever got back to administration with regard to that.
I guess Craig would like to answer that.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, they did. They were very expedient in their response, and they were very, very helpful. They part of the formation of this recommendation was based on some of the input that we got from them. A lot of options were presented, and then sort of how do you kind of weigh one against another, put that on the same scale as the update from the project team saying this is going to slow us down. Is there any movement on this? Sort of came together as a, well, can we take the number of ideas through a period of time and apply those to the building instead of trying to replicate the physical structure of some sorts, which is the architecturally difficult part, and then you're stuck with something too. So this was kind of a mix of taking some of that input, knowing that we have probably a number of different things that we could do there, from grain elevators to the coal or the power plant, which is now the Hi-Ho still, right? But we could still make a building that replicates that. There was a number of the residences that were also recommended because they are iconic to our town and stuff. So there were lots of good suggestions, but I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe take advantage of all four sides and have sort of different murals on a side depending on which way you're looking at it. We could have a curling rink on the one side that you're in the parking lot facing, and from the highway, or from 19th Street, we could have maybe a granary, call back to them sort of days. But yeah, this is kind of helps absorb a multiple idea approach.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hunter. So I'm wondering if there was actually a follow-up to the Historical Society to indicate whether or not their ideas were incorporated, or the design was incorporated, or at least explain to them why the decision is the way it is, so they don't feel like their contribution was a waste of time.
Maybe they don't feel that it was.
Maybe they don't.
They don't. Craig, there's a question.
Yeah, I'm happy to confirm. I did touch base back with them, thank them for their help, and that this was coming to tonight's agenda package. But yeah, I didn't specifically mention it in the background, but yeah, I did thank them for their help, and I don't know, just a shout out to the Didsbury Museum, but you go online, you can look at pictures from this town from conception to today, and they've got descriptions on there. You can search with random words. I had fun looking into how to solve this riddle, but yeah, I did thank them.
That was a follow-up, Deputy Mayor, so that's why you're next.
I think the important thing for me in this whole RFD is the approach will reduce the delivery time and cost. And I want to thank you guys for finding a solution that is faster and cheaper.
Always.
It's going to be great to see that happen. So it sounds like you're having a lot of fun with the project, Craig. Maybe we should give you something harder to do.
We got more on the agenda.
Okay. So Councilor Moore made that motion. Any other comments or questions? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have the correspondence, Minister of Municipal Affairs, drought. And I think when we get this, There might be questions here, but I think it needs to go to the committee of the whole, because I think this is a really big item for all of council. And so instead of PGC, whoever makes a motion, would you consider making it to committee of the whole? But Craig's up there ready to answer questions, or even just to present, so Craig will let you speak, because you must have something to say there. No?
Just assuming you're going to have questions.
Okay. Yeah, there's any comments or questions, or you want to just make the motion
No, well, I can make the motion.
to the committee of the whole, or?
Just, and it may be too early to ask this question, but with the severity, or the predicted severity of the shortage or drought, I'm reading in our restriction levels, on every one of them, filling of swimming pools and spas. Does that impact our own town swimming pool and spa?
I don't see it.
Right now. Who can answer that? I mean, you've looked into this?
I say the question may be early.
Craig's looked into this? There's a question for you, come and Craig, you can state it.
Yeah, I can field this one. We have flexibility, a wide range of flexibility with replacing the water in our pool, and we're highly confident that this isn't going to impact us.
And go ahead.
I move the council refer bylaw 2019-07 water utility to the committee of the whole for review and recommendation.
Go ahead, and then Councilor Windsor.
I just want to make a quick comment and send out like an appreciation of how all the players involved are being proactive in this situation. So I think kudos to the provincial government, the Water Commission, and municipalities for being very proactive on this situation.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm wondering if this is premature. And I say that because really it would be, I would hope that we would fall in line with whatever the the Water Commission comes up with in terms of a framework and a structure and trigger points. I would hope that that would be the case. And so I'm wondering if we're premature in talking about this at all until the Water Commission has completed their work and established what their framework is going to be.
I'm just, if we have this motion to send to committee of the whole, we can certainly have a committee of the whole meeting then as soon as the Water Commission sets that direction, so it wouldn't hold us up. If it's on the books, that might be beneficial.
Do you want me to add?
I believe it is. We'll get a friendly amendment probably. Councillor Moore?
I'm just thinking because the Water Commission has taken the lead on that, and that's where we get our water and our license. So some of these things don't apply to us because we have nothing to do with our license individually. Although I do, looking over that bylaw that we did regarding this, the water utility, I saw all the different levels of restrictions, and certainly I was surprised by some of them as well. We have had these things before where people could only water on certain days and things like that, and then not water at all, which is what happens in Victoria. But I'm thinking that at this point, referring it to the Policy and Governance Committee to take out things like giving potable water to oil field to inject into the ground might be a good way to just start the process and then follow up once we've heard from the Water Commission about some of the bigger items. But there are some in there that as we get into the higher levels of restriction, maybe we should look at again. Certainly it's fine for the levels 1, 2, and probably 3. But when we're looking at 4, I think maybe we need to be more restrictive. And that's certainly something all of us don't need to be involved in. Policy and governance would be fine to do that. Just a suggestion.
Craig, go ahead, and then,
Yeah, just, if I wouldn't comment on Councillor Windsor's point. So prematurity on the bylaw for us versus the commission, I think this is kind of where I was referring earlier with respect to the committees and the authorities. The commission controls the license. We have set volumes over what we've used historically. Those aren't expected to change much this year going into the drought. The bylaw is only deficient really in the restriction level when it comes to indoor restrictions, and that's the only real place where the bylaw is could use a little bit of rework. With respect to the commission's policies on how they do their determination of what they do, those will be worked out between the commission and the province, and then we will get told that we're at a level 1 or a level 2 or a level 3, and our process will follow accordingly. So there's really not a whole lot that's going to change, even if the commission decides to completely rethink how they want to handle allocating water through the commission's distribution pipe. It's not going to change the policy through which we are going to communicate back and forth. So the levels aren't going to change. The participants in those levels might change minusculely, but they're not going to change principally. And even if the commission's policy gets updated, we have the ability to imply water restrictions however we want, wherever we want, whenever we want, because it's our distribution system. So the commission controls the supply, we control the operation, and that distinction has to remain steadfast. There's a solid reason for all of those divisions in authority that need to be respected. And so what we do with our bylaw, I think, is timely. We've got a number of initiatives internally through operations that are independent of the commission, and we're not waiting for the direction from them for. So I would like, if possible, that we move this into a committee where we can start working on the water conservation side, the bulk water side, tweak the outdoor water restriction to include some indoor water restriction authority, and then we're good. The commission can change their policy up, down, left, right, center. And as long as our bylaw gives us the authority to do what needs to be done, then we're good. So I would press that we push this into a bylaw, into a committee setting, so that we can start hammering some of these rougher edges off.
one of your main concerns here too is that potable water and the bylaw being silent on the sale of treated bulk water for oil field use. And that was brought up recently when the commission made that statement. So I guess my comment about committee of the whole, like the drought response, I think is certainly a council response, but if we're looking at it for those tweaks to the existing document, I friendly amendment to PGC then again, and
I will amend it back to the original motion and refer to the Policy and Governance Committee.
And when we get to that point that we need a committee of the whole, we'll have a new document to look at. So, and other directives. Yeah, it's just the recommendation that's there. Did you have is there any need for this to be dealt with sooner than later from your standpoint as our expert?
I think we definitely have the time. It's only February. Drought restrictions conceivably aren't going to come unless spring runoff doesn't come. The restrictions aren't going to come until June. So we have time, but it's an appropriate amount of time for us to start working on it, just to make sure that we can and do have the authority should we need it. Unlikely enough as it is to get to that level 3-4. That's bad business for everybody. So everybody in the province will be doing everything they possibly can to ensure we don't get there, and we're right along with them.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I'll call the vote then, all in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Craig. We have 9.4, Disbury Emergency Management Advisory Committee. Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to set March 12th, 2024 from 5 till 5:45 for the Disbury Emergency Management Advisory Committee meeting.
Any comments, questions? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. (2024) Days of Yore, Royal Canadian Air Force flyby. This is really exciting. Hey, Deputy Mayor, yeah?
I move that, I don't move, council, to support a flyby of a royal, flyby of a, that's what it says. No, I've erred. The council support a flyby, redact that word, of a Royal Canadian Armed Forces aircraft as low as 500 feet for the planned 2024 Days of Yore Heritage Festival being held at Rosebud Park for transit practice and shows on August 3rd and August 4th, 2024.
Councillor Windsor, and then Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I wonder if maybe we could remove the in there because it may be more than one aircraft.
Oh, I took it as more than one, so sorry. Remove, yes, I can remove that.
Royal, yeah. Okay, Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. This is amazing. I love this idea. I just have a question. If we do have this happen, could we let the public know a little bit beforehand that there's going to be a lot of noise on that day?
No.
Scare 'em.
Okay, some people following might get, administration might get some calls. And why so?
We'll talk about Days of Yore in a minute, and Councillor Bowser has his hand up.
Yes, you may want to regulate the number you have given for the altitude of the flyby, because regulation, I believe, says you have to be within 1,000 feet of a highest object in air rigs. So 500 feet isn't going to cut it. You'll have to be up there, or there's trouble.
Yeah,
You might want to check that out.
Did it say as low as?
well, I
No,
think
you don't put
was,
a number in at all.
we had Lieutenant Colonel retired Tom Sand forward this, and he's certainly happy to come, and we're going to have Days of Yore and Tom come and talk to us about the whole event and what it entails. I do believe they do this often, so I think they know what they're doing, and if there's any details about that, I think obviously administration will get involved in that and deal with it.
To fly with, if they fly within, the regulations add supplies by the Department of Transport. You know, you can't arbitrarily say 200 feet, 500 feet. You just can't do it. That's not an air raid.
Well, we're just responding to his request, and I think his request, he's got to deal with those things because he's the one that would get the fine if he didn't do it right.
At this time,
I would believe that.
At this time, I give up.
Okay, I'm sure they'll deal with administration and make sure it's all right, Councillor Bowser, is what I was trying to say. Yeah. Because, yeah, we don't want anybody in trouble or anybody.
Should I reword that to as low as allowable?
Why not?
If 500 feet is allowable, fly 500 feet. If it's 200, come in at 2. I don't know the regulations. You were a pilot.
Did you want to? I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying that administration. it's noted, I think, by administration, and it will get dealt with in conversation, and Councillor Windsor has a comment.
Well, I think Colonel Sands probably is completely aware of what he can and can't do, and this is his request, and I think we should respect his request and go as low as 500 feet. And as far as the advertising is concerned, I'm pretty sure they got a handle on that.
Yeah, I bet they do. So,
Then maybe I would amend it to 500 feet if allowable, just to cover us.
Or in accordance with all regulations.
Yeah, 500 feet are in accordance with all regulations.
Sure.
Okay, 500 feet's in there on regulations.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Because we have invited, like I said, a presentation on this too, because I think it's certainly good to be at the council table, and I think our community's been quite excited about this. Just like the movies, they'll be that low. So we have a motion. Any other questions or comments? I'll call the vote then. All in favor? That's carried. And we have a mid-size mayor's caucus, and I just want to speak to that first because I think this has to be broken into two, or I didn't expect that, like, our mid-sized town mayors group created the terms of reference. I handed that out to everybody, what the terms of reference says, that a designated membership municipality will be responsible for accounts payable, receivable for MTMC. This municipality shall provide the membership with an annual financial report and budget. And they weren't looking to, if we request to change this, I don't believe we'll get support for that. I don't think 15 municipalities are going to take it back to their councils and say, let's name Disbury in there, because if it changes, that's why we just had an accounts payable municipality referenced, and we would acknowledge that in our meeting, that that's what's happened. So I'm not sure why the request is to change our terms of reference, and maybe Ethan, you can speak to that.
Yeah, when we reviewed it with finance, basically it had to do with our requirements with regards to when we're issuing payments or receiving money on behalf of another organization, that required some type of, this was the simplest way to do that, other than, because there's more complicated ways that every municipality would sign an agreement with us, but basically something where all the municipalities are agreeing that we can transact this business on their behalf. And so it was a finance thing, and the easiest way we came up with is, if there's a little line added to the terms of reference that all the councils approve, that should satisfy the finance requirements. Because of again, it's us acting on behalf of external organizations.
Can I just answer that, and then? Because in here, the way our caucus will work is that each municipality would send a letter of support for that. And so we don't have letterhead or anything, and we don't, it's whoever has the letters of support for Disbury, being that we'd ask for the municipalities to send the letters of support rather than change our terms of reference. So would letters of support from the caucus be adequate rather than changing the terms of reference?
We might have to, can we bring that back? We just want to.
No, because it's February 23rd that we have to know, and we have a February 27th, so that's the way the groups agreed to proceed with things, is letter of support. So for me to ask them to change something so that we could be the keeper of the accounts, I know their answer already. So that's, I guess, I don't know if there's a compromise here or negotiation. Go ahead, Councilor Moore, you had a comment?
Yes, I have a motion. I move that this item be tabled to our operating budget discussion. And that's, of course, not a debatable motion, but I need to explain why. I'm on both the SLC and Financial Planning Committee. And this is an increase in service level for our administration to do this. And we don't know where the money's coming from or how much it's going to be. And because we have not, well, we even had a comment that the 1% increase that is shown in the budget was questioned. I can't support anything that will increase the work for our administration at this point, particularly due to the information that we're getting in our Financial Planning Committee. So my motion to table to the operating budget.
Thanks for that. We think, aside from that input, we think if we, maybe an easier way is if at the next mayor's group meeting, if there's a group statement that they all agree to, agreeing to Didsbury being the administrator of the accounts payable receivable, and then, like you say, when they issue their letter of support, if they put that in their each of them put that in their letter, then we think that should be sufficient, especially because of how small of an impact it's going to be. If it was going to be more, we'd say probably not, but since it's so insignificant, it's going to be so small that we think that should be sufficient.
Okay, does that change your motion? Withdraw?
We don't know enough about this, and it was not something that administration offered. It was something that was requested, so that changes it in my mind as well. So I would like it tabled to our operating budget discussion with the impact there as well.
Even after administration said they would
They
accept that?
They didn't, at the last meeting, they agreed to it now, and what are they gonna say? How are they gonna refuse?
They can.
When council
Ethan
asks
and Amanda
them to do it?
Ethan and Amanda can certainly, and we had that discussion. So I'm not interested in having it tabled, I just say to drop it. We don't need to be.
That is a motion, and it needs to be voted on whether or not you agree.
But I'm not going to take the message there, I guess is the point. Councillor Windsor? Oh, and then Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I guess my question would be, was there another municipality that offered to take on the financial accounting of the caucus? And maybe the second part of that is, did this come from the caucus to request this, or is this just because you led the caucus, led the formation of the caucus?
Yeah, it was a discussion at the table that I would come back with an answer. So that's the answer I have. It was coming back, and I just heard administration say they would do it, and they're welcome to say they can't do it. Deputy Mayor?
I'm just wondering if we have any kind of an idea what that financial impact is. Like, is there any way to calculate that? I know you said it was very insignificant, but it is. Is there a way to get, like, are we talking about $100 or $10,000? I guess that's.
We're talking about 20 municipalities at $250 each. And then there'll be 5 invoices a year. And really, if it's that difficult, I honestly don't have to go and say that Disbury will do this. It's part of our, this is way too hard for what we're asking, and it's a great opportunity for Disbury to be a big part of this group, and whatever. The administration said they'd look after it. We have, no, we haven't, Councillor Bassett. The conversation is, we will. Other comments? So, I am asking council to vote against, because I don't want to table, because I don't even need to deal with it after I say no on the 23rd, so pretty easy. So the vote is to table this to the operating budget. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So that's defeated. And what would be if someone wants to make a motion that we just accept this information, or that I take it that Disbury will do this because our administration agreed? Because of the, how did you put that, Ethan, that we would just have everybody indicate in a letter of support that the town of Disbury would be the account holder? Just in that letter of support, they'd acknowledge that.
And have them at their next meeting agree to that statement, like a statement that by consensus of the group at the next meeting.
And then the letter of support would come with that consensus statement. Deputy Mayor?
But we're asking, like you said, it's $250 per member or whatever, but we're asking administration to do accounts payable and receivable. And I think the question was, what is the impact on the budget? There has to be a budgetary impact when our administrative staff is doing accounts payable and receivable. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what is it? I think that's fair to know.
May I call it point of order? Didn't we just vote on this and it's over? We can't go back into it.
We're still in the conversation, because that motion was defeated. And there's a motion here that someone can make, or we can make a different motion. Ethan?
I can speak to that question. So right now, we don't fully know. It's going to be a little staff time. We anticipate it being a very small amount of staff time, because what we're anticipating is once a year we collect their membership fees and set them aside, which then can be used for if the meeting needs some expenses covered for something, but they meet 5 times a year. Most of the time it sounds like each municipality is probably going to just, the one that hosts will cover it themselves, so we don't anticipate a lot of, maybe a couple events a year that they'll need to be billed out of that pool that we collect the membership fees from. So very minimal staff time. I mean, we'll know more after we do it for a year, but we're anticipating it being very, very small. We don't know because we haven't done it yet, so we're willing to, because we're anticipating it should be very light and small, and if it's not, we wouldn't be able to, but.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you say that you're willing to do that. That's something that you're willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if we could make the motion so that it was a trial period for a year, or for a year, put a 2-year term on it, so that we can revisit it after a year if it turns out to be more than what administration is expecting it to be.
Wouldn't you just tell us that, Ethan? I think they would come back and tell us if it's getting too cumbersome. I think, you can speak to that.
My plan obviously is if this becomes a thing that starts to be kind of an impediment to administrative capacity, then I would bring it back with a motion to reverse course on this and hand it to someone else. So I'm happy to do that.
Councillor Moore?
One of my first concerns is that if there's going to be a membership fee every year, that then our municipality is going to probably have to do the invoicing for that as well. to collect their checks and do all of that. And if somebody doesn't pay, what do we do? And I think
Kick 'em
that
out.
if you are doing all this other stuff, I'd like somebody else to do this. Our staff is stretched already, they've already told us that. And even if they're willing to do that, it doesn't mean that it isn't an increase to service levels. And so, I think somebody else should do it, and I would move that we accept this as information.
You know, I'll vote against that, but because I trust our staff's opinion on this and input, so if you made a motion to accept as information, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
I guess I'm the only one there.
Opposed? So that's defeated. Try again with something? I hope our colleagues aren't watching this, how hard this would be for us to help. But they might be.
So I will move that the town of Disbury be designated with the appropriate consensus from the caucus. The town of Disbury will become the financial manager for the caucus financial.
The words are here. Designated membership, accounts payable, designated membership municipality for accounts payable receivable.
And maybe just, so we, with Councillor Windsor's acceptance, maybe the first part of that motion, that we become the accounts receivable, and that this be expressed both by the organization and each individual member through their letters of support. That would suffice you, Councillor Windsor?
Read that back.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Windsor to approve the town of Disbury as the designated membership municipality for the administrative duties of accounts payable, receivable for the Alberta Mid-Sized Mayor's Caucus with letters of support from the caucus members.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are very good at those motions over here. Deputy Mayor?
I'm still stuck on the money. Is there any way that we can get on there some sort of accounting after a year? Like, what does this cost us? I think it is a budgetary item and we need to know how it's impacting our budget. And that if we can bring that report back at the end of a year so that we just have a real, at least a rough idea of what the financial impact is.
Go ahead.
Maybe then a friendly amendment at the end that staff track their time spent administering this,
What do you think it needs to be a report?
or report back. Sure.
Go ahead.
So maybe it needs to be something like an annual review of the budgetary impact of said service.
They would probably be able to tell you best if that covers it, since I'm not tracking it. Is that, did you want to say that again? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, and that staff report on the budgetary impact of said service.
At the year end. You got that, Luana? No. Do you want to just say that one more time, Luana?
I'll just say the end part, okay?
Yeah.
With letters of support from the caucus members and that administration report on the budgetary impact of the said services at year end.
Now call the vote. All in favor? Opposed?
Joyce, you-
That's carried. What are you doing?
I'm just checking the vote here on Joyce. but it didn't
Oh,
matter.
okay. So you're trying to reach Councillor Moore's microphone.
Sorry.
She could have moved it. Okay, 2024 FCSS funding recommendations. Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor. Council approved the 2024 Family and Community Support Services Community Grant Funding as presented, valued at $64,000.
Questions or comments on this? Thanks to all the committee that did the work on this. And money well spent. Thanks for the information on in the background. Appreciate it. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Mountview MBC Adult Learning Community Grant correspondence. Is that, do you have that?
No, we're done on our agenda.
Oh, I'm looking at that agenda. It's not on. That was me. I think Luana was going, what are you looking at? Okay, so we do have council meeting highlights, and I'm just gonna defer, if no one minds, because we're kind of on record time here. And I think it's a good thing that Luana does a good job of putting them all together, and if everybody doesn't mind, we'll have the council highlights forwarded by Luana. Okay, having said that, we have a question period, and if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to come and speak, come to the mic and state your name and speak. Speaker's table, that doesn't sound very mayoral to say speak. Linda knows.
Linda Pluis, 2014 Didsbury. So the threat of drought and community in bloom go hand in hand with a rain barrel program. Could we offer the barrels to have lids, spouts, and a way of connecting more than a couple of barrels? And could we also offer tips on making compost tea as a fertilizer? Just a side note here, Prince Charles makes comfrey tea for all of his gardens, so if it works for him, it works for me.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and Nicole here is, I think our administrative team, looking after that. Some of those suggestions, if I could, I'll ask for you that some of the recommendations that the communities in bloom made, Nicole, and part of that being the rain barrel, and maybe another innovative idea of composting. Are there any discussions or thoughts around that with communities in bloom?
Well, sorry. So the rain barrel rebate program is something I've been kind of chatting with on the administrative side, and we're wondering about the possibility of it being similar to how we did the compost bin rebate, where if people buy it locally, so i.e. At the hardware or at the co-op if they offer them, that then we may be able to give them a rebate back on their utility bills. So if that is something council's interested in, maybe I can prepare an RFP for it to come forward and we can take a look. But I think like the composting, I think all of these things that's the direction that the Communities in Bloom program is wanting to go. It really is finding small ways that each of us can make a difference within the community to, support the environment, but also help reduce some of these costs that we all face as residents and taxpayers. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Linda. I think you could just bring that and I'll speak for us, I think that's a good idea, and it was a recommendation in Communities in Bloom for the Rain Barrel Initiative. I don't see that it would be a bad thing to bring. If we defeat it, that would be silly in a drought year, wouldn't it? But I wonder how the rain barrels get filled, if it's really a bad drought, but we'll try and see what Nicole can bring forward.
Sorry, how I've used rain barrels is on the bottom of your downspout when it rains. It goes into your rain barrel, and if you have two of them, that just goes from one into another.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Yes. And let's hope for rain, but thanks for that. Anyone else in the gallery that would like to? All right, so we go to closed at 8 o'clock. Closed meeting. And Councilor Williams, you'll make that motion to go closed at 8 o'clock. I said it twice, Luana.
It's coming out.
I know, but I'm reminding myself when we come out. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. get set up. You good? Okay, I gotta find my, so we have item 13.1, Intermunicipal Cooperation Committee motion. Councillor Moore?
I move that council agree to I move that council proceeds with the project investigation with the county for the STIP grant.
Call the motion, all in favor? That's carried. Councillor Windsor, the Fox Hollow expropriation update.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'll move that the council accept the update on Fox Hollow expropriation as information.
We'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. The drought mitigation and water strategies, just
I move that we accept the drought mitigation and water strategies as information, update as information.
updates information. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried, and then
And I move that council approve the acquisition of water licensing, I'm saying this wrong, for the 3 wells at the Butte. And,
do you want Jocelyn to read it?
yeah,
To apply for a municipal water license with Alberta Environment and Protected Areas for the 3 water wells, assess the condition of viability of the well system, and report back to council.
thank you.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And just to, we need to accept the update on the confidential evaluations as presented. Change of dates on the change of dates on the confidential evaluations as discussed. Okay. Call the vote, all in favor? It's carried. Do you want to adjourn, since I'll look left first, at 9:56?
Yep.
All in favor? That's carried. All right.
Did we make a motion to move those others, to table those others, or to move them to the next meeting? Because they're on the agenda.
Five, 13
7.
no,
Was 13.5. No, we did change that.
so 5 was
4, 5,
6.
and 7.
4,
4, 5, and 7.
yep. No, 4, 5,
No,
and 6.
We did 7 because it was 5 before.
Okay.
We moved it,
7 was the organizational update that we're deferring.
yes.
4, 5, and 7. So
4, 5, and
who's
7.
making that motion? You will, since you brought it up.
Yeah.
My apologies. Call the vote, all in favor? And that's to the next RCM. And we have adjourned, but we're going to adjourn again. Deputy Mayor.
We adjourn
At 9:57. All in favor? It's carried.
Did you get that?
We're fast.
That was a lot of adjourning.
I know it was.
I'm sorry?
You made the motion to defer the